I had a great run on a Legacy Showcase Challenge on Sunday with 238 players with my laptop. So first time recording on that with Bluetooth headphones, so no professional studio gear this time and a few recording troubles, but I still hope you like it. So I'm really looking forward to your comments here. So some parts don't have audio or don't have video, but most of it should work. And yeah, I can recommend everyone to register a few days before. I did this like a responsible adult with the stock list from Echo Baronin with Nether Golf Bobble, but few minutes before I thought, no, I will play what I'm comfortable with. Triples, tricks, triple Kaito, double him. So this is really, really clunky, but I like it both into the fair matches, fair blue, and I also like it against combo because we have the Fluster Storm, we have the Force, the Mind Break Trap, and the Dampening Sphere in Nilrod. So yeah, of course, this is not free. So for example, I would have big problems against Eldrazi with this build probably because we have 0 consigned to memory, or also against something like Painter or Red Prison. I think there's also where you just will miss the consign to memories, or against Oops. I'm also not sure. I mean, we have 3 pieces of Graveyard Hate. It should be okay, or it's just also possible that your deck is just too clunky, right? So it's possible that you draw him, Kaito's tricks, and you don't have enough fast stuff. But if you go into the late game, it's really nice. And I also like it into Storm variations, which have gained some traction. And the Dampening Sphere is also surprisingly good sometimes, like against Eldrazi or Cradle Control. It can sometimes work by disabling their lands, or against Cloud Post. It can restrict their mana development. Null Rod good against Mystic Forge and Storm. Mystic Forge is coming back. I felt it's really weak against like the really aggressive Moon Shadow Blue-Black Tempo variations. So I will try some Path of Peril next time because Echo Baronin recommended that, to have some swiper bot wipe that doesn't cost a lot of life. But now first, let's go into the showcase challenge that I recorded. First one wasn't on video, was a win against Mirror. And let's start with the second one. And I hope you can excuse the sound quality. And I'm looking forward to your comments now. Enjoy the showcase challenge. Okay, in match 2, we are playing against ehstar, was last seen on Stoneblade. So here's the list. We probably need to play fast so we don't get timeout. So Tamio, Failure, so lots of creatures, Quantum Riddler, Stoneforge, Mystic, Murktide Regent, Stifle. Okay, so maybe we fetch on our turn. Swords to Plowshares, Daze, Premorph, Formal Weir, Batterskull, Caracas, Tundra, 1 plains and 2 islands. Okay, so we keep this hand, and the question is if we want to fetch in on our turn or not, because getting stifled would be a big problem. So maybe we fetch basic swamp here and pass the turn, right? Because I don't want to get stifled. The problem is if they have stifled, they can also stifle our second land. So this is Scalding Tarn. Could this be the deck? Let's check again. So there is 1 Scalding Tarn. Okay. So opponent is passing with a potential stifle up. No, they play end of turn of their own turn. This is really interesting. They fetch island. Okay, so this really looks like they want to prepare for the stifle. Okay, now we don't care because we have a daze. So as long as they don't have a daze back for our daze, it should be okay. So, but maybe we don't need the basics. Let's check again. So there are 4 wastelands. So we definitely can play around wasteland if that's okay. And I think in this spot it makes sense. I mean, if we draw him to Turok, it could be annoying, but otherwise I think it makes sense because we really need our mana here. So, I mean, of course, now we cannot play Murktide, which is double blue. We cannot play Hymn-Druck, which is double black. But our best draw is probably a Kaito for next turn. And interestingly, the opponent didn't try to stifle us. So this is really interesting. So we know they probably don't have stifle, right? Now we pass the turn, and if they play the stack, it's blue-white only, so we don't need to be scared of Bowmasters, which is good. So why are they fetching? Maybe they are scared that we have days, that's possible. But if they look us up, okay, there's Tamio. Tamio we can push next turn, and we probably want to go for the Wasteland as well, and then we go into. Actually, we have multiple things we want to do, right? So ideally, we want to push and play the Bowmaster, but then we cannot Wasteland, and I think it's important to Wasteland. All right, a Brainstorm. I think we have to daze it because it would flip Tamio, and we cannot kill her anymore. So let's daze the Brainstorm here. Also, Baleful's tricks gets useless, right? So the opponent dazes back. So now they flip Tamio, and now we have a bit of a problem. So because now our pushes are kind of useless, right? And our tricks is useless as well. So now we have a lot of wastelands. I think it doesn't make sense to play the wasteland. I think we play the Bowmaster right now before they can draw more dazes or something like this. And it doesn't really make sense to attack into Tamio because of the uptick trigger. So now the opponent can just go for the ultimate. And then they just need a removal spell for our Bowmasters, right? And we know they have a Tundra in hand, but they played out a basic Plains. So now we really need something more because I don't really think that what we have here is enough to win the game because we saw they had Prismatic Ending and Swords to Plowshares, and our three Wastelands are kind of useless right now. I think our best draw again would be one of our three Kaitos here. This is also not bad. So let's play the Wasteland here. And I think we just attack Tamio with Bowma. No, the opponent could have a failure. How? I think this really looks like failure. If the opponent has failure, we can push her. We need to pay attention to the time as well. We want to bluff Kaito as well. So if we attack with Orc Army, opponent casts failure, we can just go for the Bowmasters, right? I think it, and I don't want to attack. Like if they play failure, I don't want them to block the Bowmaster, and then maybe they have a force. So I think we doesn't really help to bluff Kaito here, but I'm not completely sure. So I think the Orc Army token attacks Tamio, and this is really. Do we attack with the Strix or not? I think we don't do it, even though we lose the bluff equity. There's the failure that we sniffed out, right? So we wait for failure to come into play. And now we have two options. We can ping failure and trade using the Bowmasters, the second one. Or we could go for the push. This is really difficult. I mean, the problem is if we go for the bowmasters, maybe we wait. Now they don't have to block even, right? So if they just don't block, maybe we wait for the blocking step. If they block, we, yeah, I think we wait for the blocking step because this is a good trade for us, I think. Okay, they do this. And I think now we ping the failure. And I mean, we haven't made any headway on the Planeswalker, but right now the only two good spells in the graveyard are Brainstorm, which is kind of turned off because of Bowmaster, and Daze. Daze doesn't do much right now as well. I think if they move to another step, I'm just going to Wasteland. But they're probably doing something with it right now, right? Else they wouldn't play it. So opponent maybe has Swords to Plowshares. Yeah, Swords to Plowshares, sure. The problem is, Snapcaster Mage maybe? No, but they cannot play a land this turn. Stoneforge Mystic, yeah, I have to let this resolve. And the opponent is probably going to get pre-war Formal VR or something. But I mean, they don't know our hand. Yeah, it's pre-war Formal VR. And we just have to hope they don't have another land. But I think this is a bit not really a good assumption to make. I think they will have more lands. But I mean, our wasteland doesn't really do anything. Okay, interesting. They go for the Swords to Plowshares, which means we can kill Tamio. But I think it doesn't make sense to wasteland right now unless we are scared of a daze, right? What if they have a daze? If they have a daze, I think yeah, this is dangerous. I don't want them to daze my push. I mean, I can pay for it, but then they have the Tundra for the Formal VR next turn. So I think I start doing this. And now the question is, if I push first or if I ponder first. The problem is if they have force or double days. If they have force or double days, it would be nice to use my ponder first. I think the problem is if I ponder and they daze, they won't daze my ponder. I think they won't do that. Yeah, they are F6'd. Okay, what does it tell me that they are F6'd? I think in this case, I want to play the. I need to be efficient. I would like to play Tamio this turn. Yeah, I want to play everything, but I think it's better to start with the Tamio. So, I mean, I could, yeah, we need two blue sources, so I think the Brainstorm goes on the bottom, then Tamio, and then the Polluted Delta to play around a potential daze. Now we push the Stoneforge, and now we can kill Tamio here, right? And on top of our library, there are two very good cards, so we don't want to shuffle here. Okay, there's a wasteland. So if they waste our fetch land, he may not shuffle. So there's the pre-war Formal VR now. And we cannot stop it, right? So they probably, I think this is good for us because we can just use the push. And they could have a daze. I also want to brainstorm. I think the first thing I do is I push failure here. Okay, because if they had a force, I would need to fetch, I think. Now I think we just play Tamio, Wasteland, because we have so many Wastelands. Attack here, and we should be in a good spot, right? I mean, I think it would have been better for them to grab the Stoneforge Mystic with the pre-war formula. Yeah, they get rid of that one, but I think it did its job, right? By trading with the first failure. Do they play a land is the question. Do they have one? Now they can go for a brainstorm, sure. And I'm not sure if I want to flip Tamio or not because they have prismatic engine ending in the deck. Let's check again. So they do have one prismatic engine ending in the deck. So I think the chance to have the one-off prismatic ending is not that high. But they have Caracas to bounce our creature Tamio. So and they have, I think, 4 swords to plowshares. So I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense to go for the Tamio flip here. And I think I'm going to play out the Wasteland in case the brainstorm finds Kaito. And because they cannot play failure right now, I feel safe to attack with both. And I think I'm going to bounce Baleful's tricks here in case I find Kaito. So let's hope we find Kaito here. Now we have the clue token. Okay, opponent seems to have found swords to plowshares, right? Otherwise, I think it wouldn't make sense. Could we have prevented this somehow? Yeah, we could have waited, right? So we could try to find a daze here. If we find a daze with the clue token, we are in a very strong position. But I think I would rather use the brainstorm to find something else, like I don't know, hymn to Turak or so. I think I'm going to let this resolve. Yeah, I mean, we could just have kept this up. The question is, I just said I want to find hymn to Turak, but now I'm not really sure. But I think, yeah, it should be okay. Don't want the land, don't want... I mean, the brazen is all right, but I think this makes the most sense right now. So let's hymn the last card. This is a stifle, okay. We played around that. And they find a ponder. This is good for them, but it's also not super good. I mean, if they find swords to plowshares, we also don't care that much, right? Okay, so they like their cards and they kept a land, so they probably have something on top that costs a lot of mana, right? Okay. I think I'm going to use the clue token here. Do we want to force the card? I think no. Because they could have multiple good cards with the ponder, right? I think this kind of forces them to get rid of the Tamio. And it's ponder into ponder, okay. So the ponder showed land, Ponder and probably a bad card. But they're always on one card. But I think the problem is if they find something like failure, then they can always flicker the pre-war Formelwehr to get back Stoneforge Mystic to grab Caldera or something like this. But at least the Baleful Strix can block failure, right? They also have Quantum Riddler in the deck. Okay, yeah, another Stoneforge Mystic. Now we have the problem that they can now grab something like Caldera Complete, and this we probably lose. This is really annoying, but I still think it's correct to get rid of. I think it's still correct that we got rid, that we played the Tamio, because Baleful Strix alone is not enough of a clock. I think we keep the Baleful Strix back. No, does it make sense? No. They want to use the. I think they don't have creatures with haste. I think it makes more sense to take. Now we cannot go for. We cannot go for Kaito. We could have used. Oh, this is really bad here. We could have used the Surveil land. Maybe that would have been the move. Okay. I mean, the Meteor Sword destroys one permanent, so they probably get rid of Tamio, right? So this could still be winnable. Let's fake push here, but it probably doesn't really make sense. So they can always destroy our Tamio at instant speed. And they can also equip the stuff later. Yeah. So now we really need a good hit here. For example, Kaito would be really nice now. No, I think the force is not good enough. Not good enough. Swordseize is really, really bad. I think we play out the land because we are one permanent away. And I think we don't attack here because bluffing Kaito doesn't make sense and they can do more damage. Now we have to hope they whiff. All right, this is kind of neutral. The problem is at some point they start equipping the Stoneforge Mystic, making it a 5/5. Okay, they're scared of like a Bowmaster. This makes sense. So we could Wasteland, but I think it makes more sense to go for the Hardcast. This is really, really unfortunate. We were in such a strong position and now we only have 11 minutes as well. If the opponent is clever, they can also, yeah, they can just equip here. I'm so stupid. I should have Wastelanded so they cannot equip. I thought they would cast the spell. I think we do it right now. So they cannot equip the other one as well. And I think I'm not going for the Swordseize here because it could be a land. Yeah. This game is slipping away here. Now they can equip the other one as well. Could be another stone. I don't know how many other equipments they have. Let's check. They also had better skulls, so it seems like we have to counter this. I mean, we could also Swordseize away, but I think We need to cast spells as well, right? We need something. Like a barrel golf could be nice, or nah, not this one. On a 3-turn clock, if they equip the sword. And just the baleful tricks into Kaito or something. It's a 6/7 now. Yeah, it does +3. Okay, we are on a 2-turn clock, so we need to find something right now. Right now, deck. Yes, this is amazing. This is probably our best draw, especially if it draws into like a brainstorm. Oh, okay, but now we need them to whiff as well. Right. Opponent is going for the survey land. I mean, they just need a removal for the tricks. And we just need a brainstorm into the nuts. Kaito would be good. Okay. I think I'm going to Swordseize here. Okay, take away the force. I need to play faster. Yes. Come on, Kaito. Push is nice as well. I think I'm going to push right now. Now I can attack. And they are on a 5-turn clock, but I mean, whatever they play, this was a really nice sequence here for us. But this is a really nice draw for them as well. The Riddler probably will win them the game, right? Because they draw 2 cards, and there will probably be a land, and we have too many lands here. Now, oh my God, so much value for them. Now they draw another card. Oh my God. I think this is game over for us. Really, really unfortunate. Also, we just have 9 minutes for 2 more games if we lose this. Uh, Come on, Kaito or something. Okay, there's a brainstorm which we really need right now. Finding Kaito. Okay. You're saying there's a chance. Oh my God. So we need to play Murktide and Barrow Golf this turn if we want to win. So let's do that. I think we start by attacking here. And let's hope this is enough. Do we have fetchables in the deck? I hope we do. Otherwise, this would be really embarrassing. Yeah, we have one more. Should have checked. I think maybe we should have played the Murktide instead, because we can make it 8/8. I mean, to be quick here. This is the one we took away, right? Okay, and now we need to go for, like, hope they don't have a daze or something. This could be winnable. I mean, they can play their creature. Can they kill us with failure? Probably not, right? Because it just comes back at the end step, and they probably want to flicker Murktide Regent or flicker Meteor Sword. I think flickering Meteor Sword is better. The problem is they can do that all the time. But at least failure dies if she attacks. So we block with Barrow Golf, which also gives us life. They can also start by equipping 3 war Formelwehr to failure, or the Meteor Sword. Or if they have a land, they can equip both and they have the Quantum Riddler. Okay, this is really bad for us now. Are we dead? I think no. But it's really close because now they can get rid of the Murktide. Yeah, I think this Swords to Plowshares should do it for them. I think now we cannot really win because they attack, flicker the Meteor Sword. I mean, we can block failure dead with the Murktide, but they can use Caracas to bounce failure, replay her. So the Swords to Plowshares was probably enough to win here. And if they have even more stuff, or do they just go for the equip maybe? Hopefully they tap the Caracas by mistake. They also have 13 minutes, so we could win on time, but it's not really likely. We are also at 7, so we probably stay back and block. Okay, opponent is not going for the equip. And makes sense. Bowmaster can do some stuff. I think we have to pass the turn here and hope we get lucky with a miracle Bowmaster. I mean, this increases the chance, but I think they are quite incentivized to play Brainstorm or some other cantrip here. Mystic Sanctuary, interesting. Targeting Lightning Bolt, okay. So Lightning Bolt is on top of their deck. Boomerang basics. Prowess. They return the memory to their hand and then they draw a card. I think this is the point where I play the Bowmasters. I mean, I just hope they don't have a daze. I think if they have a daze, we probably have lost anyways. Yeah. We could have tried to draw out the daze using the snuff out, but I think they wouldn't have used it, right? No, I think now they just win, right? This is 7, 8, 9. They have a lot of prowess. Yeah, that's just really unfortunate that our start. I mean, we could have went for the underground sea, but then you would have been instantly dead to the wasteland. We can push, we can snuff, but we are dead, whatever we do here. All right, we need Hydroblast, Blue Elemental Blast, Edict, Voidwalker, Barrogoth. I think we could even play the Toxic Deluge in this case here. And you want to get rid of Force of Will. Flusterstorm is probably okay. And I think they are really aggressive. So I think I'm going to board like this. But I'm going to pause and grab some coffee if I can in 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Okay, no time for coffee, unfortunately. So Ravenous Trap probably not good enough. I mean, it would work sometimes. Also, damping sphere on the play. We could think, or engineered. I think engineered explosives actually okay. But what do we cut? Maybe the third Kaito is a bit much. Let's cut a ponder. I'm not sure. I think on the play it's okay. Yep, this is a keep. It's slow, but it works, hopefully. So they could play Stifle, but I still think I'm going to go for the Polluted Delta here because we have basic Swamp in hand already. So we don't need to start with the Bloodstained Mire as a weaker land. Okay, there's a Ponder, sure. The only problem is if I go for, I think I'm actually for speed purposes, I'm going for basic island into brainstorm because I have so many brainstorms. I mean, this is really bad brainstorm, but I think if you have 3 brainstorms, I just need to be quick, right? I think this is actually okay because I'm on the play. I think I'm going to keep maybe all the cards. Do I need? Do I need the basic swamp? But if I wasteland anyways, I redraw all the cards anyways, right? And they can bobble the top of my library, and I want them to see the basic swamp, maybe. I don't really know. Okay, let's just do basic swamp wasteland. And now So what did the ponder do? Okay, opponent plays wasteland, so they probably have nothing. I'm brainstorming again, just to go through my deck quickly. And I think I'm just going to wasteland the wasteland. I have time. Swamp sewers. And I redraw all my stuff, so this is just horribly inefficient brainstorms. But I think because I'm on the play, I can do that, right? Opponent has more wastelands, okay. And I think I'm going to do this one more time. This is really strong. And now I think I'm going to get rid of the Undercity sewers. And yeah, this was bad. I think because I want to fetch for it, right? Yeah, this was probably not correct. Okay, because my plan is to go for Kaito next turn, so I made a mistake here. If I had put the swamp, I could fetch the swamp, Bowmaster, and then go for Kaito, right? So now I'm going for Underground Sea into Bowmasters, and then I don't have a play. I mean, this sets them back as well if they wasteland me, but yeah, this was a mistake. I could have won the game then and there, probably. Okay, but we win anyways. All right, now that we're on a draw, I think this is really too many Kaitos. So maybe I want one force of will back in. I could even imagine going to a single Kaito, and two force of wills. Fluster Storms, all really slow. But Pyroblast is so good of a top deck. I think I'm going to risk it with two Kaitos. This was unfortunate. I made the misplay there. But we still won. Okay, so this is just removal, right? So this is good against like Delvor, Dragon Switch, Chandler, and so on. It's not as great against like Boomerang basics and Otter tokens and whatever. So if we wasteland our opponent on the draw, it's like we wasteland ourselves, right? But because we don't have a threat, um, declines to use ponder. I think I'm actually going to do it here because this also like delays something like the cutter. Opponent doesn't seem to have a one-drop creature. So I think I'm going to play the fetch land to play around Wasteland. Hope they don't have Stifle. And I mean, if I go for basic Swamp, I don't represent Days, but what can we do? Okay, is it a cutter? Is it a cutter plus bauble? Do we want to go for the it's a cutter, yeah. Question is how good, yeah, it's cutter plus bauble. Does it make sense to play a push? It may sound stupid, but because I'm on the draw, the opponent only has 3 cards in hand. I think I'm actually going to push here, even though it's just a token. Maybe I go for Underground Sea because the other land is Underground Sea as well. No, I think we need to set up a base of basics. So this is a bit sketchy. Okay, opponent does have, they could have force or daze. If they daze this one, I think this tricks doesn't do that much right now. I think I'd rather have the Void Walker because they don't have that many card types right now, right? Bolt goes to exile, right? Yes. So they don't have Delirium right now. Okay. Yes. So they didn't daze our Void Walker. Does it mean they don't have a daze or they didn't care about it? I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to snuff it out. If they follow up with a Murktide, it's a bit annoying. I think they don't have a daze. Okay, so let's go for basic island here. This means if they wasteland us, we don't have double colors, but I mean, if the barrel golf sticks, we win the game, probably. I mean, if they have something like the strange bounce spell, what's it called? Boomerang basics, they can maybe hold us off for long enough. And I have to say, this combination of like, this is really strong. Wow. If they have a haste creature, they get it +3/+3. This is whoa. So we just have to hope. Do they have Delirium? Yeah, artifact, land, instant sorcery. So something like Unholy Heat would do exactly 6 damage. Can you get the Barrel Golf to 7 somehow? If we kill the memory, like if we draw engineered explosives and a land, we could get an enchantment into the graveyard. Yeah, this is really unfortunate. What happens? Yeah, there's already, yeah, yep. So now the problem is we don't have a double days. A force would be nice if they don't have a days. Yeah, this is exactly what they need right now to probably win the game. I can't do anything. Can't do anything. I think I might as well daze it right now. I think our daze doesn't get better. Okay, they do have the days. They do have their own days. Man, yeah, this matchup we should normally win, but we had two kind of non-games. The third one is more close, but I have to say this is really strong. This eidetic memory. I haven't seen this card. Giving 3 tokens is crazy. Oh my God, like, do they do a one-turn kill? No, it doesn't get haste. But I mean, how much does it get? Do we get hit for 6? No, for 10? Do we go down to 14 now? And then bolt almost. This is crazy. Wow. 8/8. So I guess we start with the Baleful tricks. Hope they don't have. Do they have the? Could have another. Okay, if they have days right now, it's the best time, right? Because we have our own days. So now we force our opponent to play to attack into our tricks. Uh, Storm Chest 10, but it's only one spell, right? Otter token with prowess. Yeah, and don't have 4 mana. Oh no. Wait, how did they have two cards? Didn't they have zero cards in hand last turn? Okay. Surveil. Corey Steel Cutter. And we cannot daze that, so we're toast. Yeah, really unfortunate because this is the matchup we have to win, but yeah, they had the Unholy Heat. I think if they don't have the Unholy Heat, we win this quite comfortably, but maybe I should have mulliganed the first hand, but no, I think force double Tamio Island. I think they, and we also had to mulligan the first one, right? Uh, so we are 2-1 right now. All right, you play against Dani TB, last seen on Mystic Forge combo. But this was a while ago, so I think we cannot keep this even on the draw. I mean, we can force the first one, but this doesn't play Magic. So let's mulligan here. Let's hope this is some other matchup because I think against Mystic, I mean, at least we have a Wasteland, right? So Strix into Kaito is a nice curve if we can make do with that. So Murktide probably not part of the game plan here. I mean, if we find a force, yeah, I think it's too many threats. If it's something fair where we need to push. Okay, so probably not Mystic Forge, all right. So I'm glad we mulliganed here. No shuffle draw. Okay, so they probably have another land. Sorry, I just was eating something. Okay, unfortunately, we didn't find another land. So I would say we just spin everything that's not a land. I mean, Tamio is nice, but uh, I think we need to get into our curve here. And I guess this also screams weakness. So at least we don't get wastelanded. Perfect brainstorm. Opponent doesn't yet know what we are on, right? So maybe there's some stuff on top. So unfortunately, we didn't draw into a land. So let's sort these the opponent. I mean, okay. This is a bit unfortunate because we just lose the instant they find show and tell. Maybe show and tell is on top, right? Let's put back omniscience, I guess. And we probably lose. But I mean, it's also possible that they had even, I mean, if they shuffle, okay, they are shuffling. So this means they probably don't have show and tell available. So I think we have to go for the wasteland here. Problem is, if they find show and tell, then they already have the ancient tomb, right? And they used, we discard this one, they played that one, right? Turn 2. And they had 2 Misty Rainforest, right? And they mulliganed. Yeah. So the hymn would be nice if we had a land, but we don't, so we can just pass the turn. So it's all really unfortunate. As soon as the opponent like finds anything, we're probably toast. Yeah. Keep drawing nothing. I mean, even just, yeah, for a brainstorm, they probably find something right now, right? They just need stock up or show and tell. And it's the green-based variant, so we don't need the Hydroblast. Okay. They passed the turn. So unfortunate, at least now, if we just found a land. Okay, so because it's not the red variant, we don't really need the push. At least we found the force, right? But they're probably really close to a protected kill here. I think we force a stock up, we force a show and tell. So they have Aluren. I think I'm actually going to let the Aluren resolve because this allows me. Yeah, I think I'm going to let the Aluren resolve because this allows me to go for Baleful's tricks and Barrow Golf end of turn. And if they only have one creature, we have the force. Okay. And the Strix. The problem is if I play the Strix, they can combo on top of my draw trigger. But I think I'm just going to play the Barrow Golf here. And the question is if I just wait with the Strix, right? Because let's say they have two creatures and I have a force on top. On the other hand, would be one more damage. Ancient Tomb is 2 damage. Can they hardcast a Truxer? Probably not. I mean, they have 5 mana, but they don't have black and white. So this is really difficult. I think I don't. Okay, let's say they tap Ancient Tomb twice. They go to 11, and then I have a 2-turn kill with the Strix. Yeah, I think I have to go for the Strix here. And now they can combo on top. But yeah. All right. That's what I feared. Can I somehow get Revolt for my Fatal Push? Right now, I think no, because I think I have to force pitching Kaito. I'm too far away from Kaito here. Force pitch Kaito. Problem is if they have Veil of Sun. Okay. Okay. Wasteland, you're saying there's a chance. The Wasteland doesn't really help much. At least the Wasteland gives me Revolt, right? Okay, I think they don't have. Okay, let's attack first. But it seems to me as if they don't have another creature. Because otherwise they would have done it when I was shields down, right? I actually think I'm going to risk it here and going for the hymn. Though this means I cannot push, but I think they don't have it. They discard Ancient Tomb and Atraxa. Right, I just need to fade one more turn. Problem is if they find a show and tell, it's one draw step. Okay, we're still alive. This is 6 damage. They're going to 3. If they tap Ancient Tomb and Force, they're dead. Can I somehow increase my clock? Barrow Golf is a 5/6. If I find a bowmaster, maybe I can win. The question is if I play out the wasteland or the pollute delta beforehand. I think I play out the wasteland. They're dead next turn anyways, right? Now I try to find a good hit here, like another Strix or a bowmaster. And yeah, if I push my own Strix, no, then there's an artifact in the graveyard, but then I lose the. I think this wouldn't have won, right? Mill 5 cards. Orcish Bowmaster. Hmm. I think I'm going to grab the Orcish Bowmaster here. Now we can sacrifice this one. Did I mess it up? Because the problem is now my push is not live. So if they find a combo creature. No, if they find a combo creature, I kill my own Barrowgolf. Okay, I think I have to cast the Bowmaster right now. And if they have a combo creature, I think I have to kill the Baleful Strix. The problem is they can still combo on top of it, right? But I think I have no choice. Okay, now I get 3 triggers. And they can combo with it on the stack, yeah. And with those triggers on the stack, I have revolt. Okay, nice. I really am happy that I have this on tape. Okay, and now we have a really nice sideboard. So Gravedigger's Cage, I'm every time. Okay, let's do the easy stuff first. Hydroblast we don't need because it's a green splash. We want Force of Negation, Mindbreak Trap. Doughty Voidwalker, I think it's all right. Maybe we can like combo with their combo or something. This would be funny if we combo with their combo piece. I know, but uh, it goes to the owner's hand, but still like Atraxa or something. So Cage, not useful against show and tell and not useful against the other stuff as well, because I think the Aluren stuff is more like tutoring. So what do we bring in? I think Dampening Sphere could help. Brazen Borer could like bounce the Aluren. Ravenous Trap, no. Engine Explosives could kill a cage, but no, sorry, could kill Carpet of Flowers, but probably not worth it. I think Sheoldred's Edict is alright. Push, I mean, can stop the Aluren combo, but only if we have Revolt. Days, Flusterstorm, yes. Yeah, Brazen means you can bounce Aluren. I mean, Strix is a force pitch. We need to cut something here, and maybe we need to cut all the push and rely on the snuff and maybe get rid of the borer as well, and maybe I don't know. I just cannot decide. I have no time, so I think I just have to click submit. Did I have a barrel golf in? I still think I still have a barrel golf in, so maybe that's a mistake. So this would be a really good hand if it had a land. Does not, so we have to mulligan. All right. The opponent is mulliganing as well. That was actually funny that the opponent's Aluren allowed us to play cards. So it helped us more than it helped them. And yeah, I think it was really important that we killed the Balefield's tricks with our Bowmasters. I really like how we played this game. So what do we put back? I think the Shieldred's Edict is a bit might not need it, right? But it's possible that, okay, Lotus Petal. Okay, is it turn one combo? Yeah, no, it's stock up. I think normally I feel like we always lose if stock up resolves, but because they had to sacrifice the petal, I feel like this is still beatable. The question is, how do we continue? I mean, they probably have another land. So the hand is probably something like show and tell land. Show and tell land creature, right? Maybe a force of will as well. So I think if you just go for the wasteland, it's maybe because if you go for the sword seas, I think it's too risky that they just win with a whale or something. Okay. And I think we continue like this. And hope they run out of lands at some point. Okay. Now we can go for the sword seas and maybe we can tap out for the Murktide. So it's double show and tell and no land. Okay. I think we just take show and tell number one. And next turn we take show and tell number two, right? But if they don't play a mana source, maybe we take a turn off now. Okay, how do we lock this game up? I think we're quite safe. So we cannot go for Murktide is the problem. I think we just play Brainstorm here. Put back two lands. No, put back Murktide and land. And then we go for the Sword Seas. Or we go for Tamio. Yeah, I think the chance is not that high that they can win next turn. They would need like the perfect stuff. Like if their last card here is a petal and they draw to an ancient tomb or something, I think the chance really low. I mean, or like a land carpet of flowers, but I think in 99% or like 90% of the cases, it's better if we play Tamio here. And now we attack. And we could go for Murktide Regent, but we could also go for Flusterstorm. I think we start with the Thoughtseize. So they're really close to the combo, right? They just need to draw an Ancient Tomb. However, they could, they can't play Artzarak right now because they don't have black mana, right? With 12 minutes. So if we don't take the brainstorm and they brainstorm into ancient, no, they draw ancient tomb. They brainstorm into pedal force of will or something like this. So the problem is we cannot Flusterstorm Aluren. So maybe, but we could also just. I mean, if you just take the show and tell and play Murktide, I think this should be relatively safe. And I think, okay, we could make it a 7/7, which is a 3-turn clock. 14, except if they use Ancient Tomb twice. Or we make it a 6/6. It's also a 3-turn clock, and maybe flip Tamio and get the Thoughtseize back. I think I make it a 6/6. Okay. I miscalculated. It's a 5/5. This could lose us the match here. Problem is that we can't Flusterstorm Aluren, right? So we know Brainstorm, Artzarak, Aluren, Atraxa. Okay. They just are like one ancient. Okay. But for Aluren, they also need double green. So maybe they are like further away than I thought. And we cannot Flusterstorm a carpet of flowers. I think this tricks doesn't help that much. I mean, it increases the clock, right? Um, I think we tap out for Kaito here and hope to find a 4. Is it worth it to tap down for Kaito? No, I think this is not worth it actually. Because no, it's okay. We can find a land or a force. I think the chance to find a land or a force is really high. All right. Tamio on top. And this is also 8 damage. And we still have enough lands available, right? Opponent goes down to 10. We can also tap down an Atraxa or something. Okay, this is very unfortunate. Now we are shields down. It didn't find it. Ah, oh my God, this was so close. Okay, now we have the force for the Aluren, but they probably don't have double green mana, right? There's a brainstorm. I think we let the brainstorm resolve. Ah, but if the brainstorm is into show and tell, but I mean, they may have Veil of Summer. So, okay, this looks safe. So the way we beat Aluren is probably, okay, do we uptick here? Then they cannot fetch. I think this makes sense. And then they cannot force. Can we remove stuff from our graveyard? No. I don't see a way to do that. All right. Opponent goes down to 1 life. Does it make sense to ponder? I mean, we already have Force up and Flusterstorm up. I think it makes sense to ponder for a Bowmaster or something, yeah. I think it makes sense, but we don't play the Bowmaster right now. I think we wait for the opponent to make a move, so we can still go for Flusterstorm. Because I'm not quite sure yet if we want to Fluster or we want to Bowmaster, right? Okay, we did it. Yeah, I think I really like this match. So we are 4-1 right now, but man, 9 rounds, this will be really hard. All right, we are 4-1. It's really unfortunate that my laptop OBS Studio decided to not record the screen because this fifth round, no, the fourth round, no, it was the fifth round against UG Omni Show was so cool. Like I used the opponent's Aluren against him and decided to not counter it. Ah, this was such a cool match. Hopefully the replay system gets activated soon. But let's see who we face in round 6. And I hope this time we have finally voice and screen recording, right? So we play against Grindstone-Cowboy. Okay. We played before, but I forgot what they played. I think I have to look them up. All right. It looks like the mirror. So I think we keep this one. At least they seem to play the deck with Nethergolf a lot. We are on the draw. And opponent keeps 7. So we're already on the back foot here. We have a Daze. Do they play Tamio? No, it's Ponder. All right. So the question is if we fetch, if we go into Wasteland or not. I think it's better to play the Underground Sea because maybe it's against the opponent's best interests to Wasteland us here, right? Also, if we get Wastelanded, then they cannot push Tamio. So what is it? Is it a push? Is it a snuff? It's a Thoughtseize, sure. I think this means unless they also have snuff out, that Tamio will survive. We could daze the Thoughtseize, but I think this makes no sense, right? So if they have snuff out as well, we take the brainstorm. Yeah, this makes total sense. So, I mean, they could have snuff out still, right? My problem here is if they have snuff out, and they won't daze. They could brainstorm into snuff out, and then my mana is useless, right? I think I don't want to go for brainstorm anyway, so I think I might as well play the Misty Rainforest now, but your opponent doesn't know about it. So I think it's better we play the Polluted Delta instead. And then we go for the Ponder. And if we have today something, we can... Okay. I think actually the Force of Will is not bad here. So we draw the Force. And we probably shuffle away the lands, right? And I think we just pass the turn. And we can go for a surveil land. So the opponent knows about most of our stuff. We played the Polluted Delta to hide our Misty Rainforest. I mean, to just hide the 2 cards, right? And they don't know about the Force. I really like to get the Murktide region going as quickly as possible. So if we, okay, Wasteland. Can we somehow get the days going? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I'm actually going to go for the Murktide here. It's a bit risky. Opponent seems like they have Orcish Bowmaster, right? Yeah. I don't really care about the Bowmaster, to be honest. My game plan here is to get a win with Murktide Regent. Undercity Sewers. And let's make the Murktide even bigger. Oh, Kaito is nice as well. Let's attack first. And the opponent didn't play a land, right? On their... I know they played the Wasteland, right? Yeah. Let's go for Murktide here. And we just protect it with all we've got. It's a 6/6. Okay, they don't fight it. I mean, they know about the days, right? And they know about the Murktide. So they must have some kind of plan. They could have Kaito. Okay. They probably take away the Force of Will. But sure. Take away my Force of Will. Yep. And now the thing is, there aren't many answers for Murktide regions that don't cost 2 mana. I mean, Snuff Out, right? But I don't think they have Snuff Out, or they would have cast it, right? So I think it's quite... Ooh, we draw the land, and now we go for Kaito as well. I think this will be a really strong turn here. Okay, they don't have another Bowmasters, it seems. I think this will be really hard for them to come back. Because they are at 5. And I think we just uptick Kaito because then they cannot kill it, right? I mean, the clue tokens are kind of useless. The Tarn in hand's also useless, but I mean, the opponent is at 4. I mean, they need like double Children's Edict plus days or something to win here. Yeah, I think. Yep, yep. And we didn't see the variant of them. All right, so I haven't seen the variant of Grindstone-cowboy, but last time they seem to have played some Nether Golf variant. So this is more aggressive than mine. Mine is really slow, which is why I think I'm not doing the obvious mapping. The obvious mapping would be like this, but I think I'm actually boarding out one Thoughtseize and keeping in one Forcible on the draw. Let's see, Flusterstorm I think is okay. Let's try it out. And if we lose this one, we can also get the next one right. On the play, slow but keepable. The difficult question is if we fetch for Underground Sea against Tamio, right? I think this question now became easier because we have basics. So we push Tamio here right now. And we have the days back up, which is why I fetched. I think also this looks really weak. The opponent will probably not suspect. Okay. I think we just daze the thoughts. Do we care about, I mean, if they take away our days, it's the same as if we daze, right? I think. And if they take brainstorm, I mean, they get information, but I think it's not worth dazing it because that means we return a land. And if they take a brainstorm, we still have the second brainstorm. Yep, they take a brainstorm. Now we can daze the next play. It seems like they want to play something. Maybe a Tamio or another Golf, another Thoughtseize. Yeah, I think now we have to daze it because we need a brainstorm to play through our deck, right? I think losing both is not great. Problem is now we are too much behind on lands. So I actually think I'm going to brainstorm here. So I only have lands. Oh my god. If I get Thoughtseized again, we have nothing, right? But your opponent already spent 2 Thoughtseizes. I think this is not good. I think we have to put back 2 lands actually. We could also go for Wasteland Cheese, but unfortunately, I think the only responsible move is to put back 2 lands here. Mm-hmm. Oh no. I forgot this is already my land drop. This was a really bad move now. I have to have another Thoughtseize. Okay, now we have to shuffle away the other land. This is quite bad. least we played around Bowmaster. And we know there is I think, an underground sea on top. In any case, it's a card we don't want. Opponent seems like they're holding up a Bowmaster, right? Concealers. Barefoot's Tricks, I think this one is nice. I mean, if they don't have a Bowmaster, then this, of course, amazing. They represent a Bowmaster so hard. If we have a choice, I mean, if they don't have the Bowmaster, the game is just over, right? We draw a card. Mm. We could also wait for them. I think it's too risky. I think it's better if we wasteland. I mean, the opponent must have something, right? It's just screaming Bowmasters to me. I'd rather push the Bowmaster here. Okay. I'm going to brainstorm. Yeah, they sniffed it out. I hope this time OBS caught it right. Mm, the problem is, if they have Kaito, we have a problem. Because now um, I think I'm going to push the Bowmasters now. Or do we wait? What if they have Flusterstorm? Okay, if they have Flusterstorm, they get the push anyways, right? I think it's better if they commit mana on their turn. So let's kill it right now. And hope they don't have land plus. Oh, no. Wasteland, yeah, this could be Kaito. And I'm really glad we didn't play this tricks into the Yep, they had it, but I think we just had no real way. So now we just have to hope that they don't have a second Bowmaster, right? So let's start with the tricks. And then we ponder looking for something like Bowmaster. Doughty Voidwalker is not bad, but it's probably too slow. We just need like, okay. I think the Strixen are not bad if the opponent is not on Bowmasters. Push, yeah. And it's also all theoretically advantageous trades for me, but not practically. So we get hit for 8, go down to 2 life. The cards, maybe, but we don't have the Voidwalker yet. How good? I think I just have to jump with Tamio, to be honest. Also, no, I want to put in Kaito with with Tamio, right? So I cannot jump block here. Okay, do they find Murktide region? Yeah, I think this is probably game over. I don't think we can recover from the Murk. I don't think we can. I mean, if they draw a land and they don't have counter magic, We hardcast Kaito, fetch down to 1. No, we don't hardcast Kaito. No. Opponent has 3 attackers. Yeah, I mean, they would just block. Yeah, I think this is just GG here. We can get more information about your opponent's deck. That's probably the only thing we can do. So let's swim here. Orcish Bowmaster and concede. Okay, now we are on the play, but to be honest, I still like the 1/4 because our deck is so clunky with the 3 Strixen and the 2 Hymns. So I will probably keep this configuration here. Okay, let's hope for the best. Yes, we want on the play. It's just so clunky. We probably want to go for turn 1 Surveillant, turn 2 Brainstorm for like Tamio or push or whatever. Do we daze a Tamio? Thoughtseize. I think we go for basic island and brainstorm here. And what's the most dangerous? I think the Kaito doesn't do much right now. I think the push we want to hide and we want to shuffle away the underground sea. So let's do that. And because we need to find a threat. I mean, they could take the Murktide Regent because this comes online, but they take Kaito. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense because they don't know what we have on top of our library, right? To be honest, the problem is I don't want to draw into the underground sea, but I think wastelanding is too good here, even though we're kind of all in on the Merc. But I think it's actually worth it because what can they do, right? I mean, if they have another Thoughtseize, we have to daze. But if they don't have another Thoughtseize, we can maybe do something with the Merc. Okay, the problem is now we cannot push. And I mean, they might have something against the Murktide, at which point they probably win. But the Murktide is surprisingly hard to beat in this mirror. I mean, there's Sheldon's Edict, but you usually play like 1, right? Brazen Door also 1, so they probably need to beat my days as well. I mean, snuff out, but usually play 1 as well. Okay, this looks like they have a brainstorm, to be honest. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have a force, right? Kaito is gone. Murktide is gone. Yeah. Just have to hope they don't have a snuff out. This would be game over, probably. And we already used the Bloodstained Mire and the Wasteland. Yeah, so the problem is that we didn't use our Brainstorm to improve our hand. Tami even survives, right? It's really unfortunate. So we have to have some strong draw here. Barrel Golf is nice. I think we may have to daze something. So I actually think I start with the Barrel Golf. Problem is if they have removal for my Murktide and they daze. Yeah, this is annoying. But I mean, this means at least my Murktide survives. And I don't think it makes sense to not play the Barrel Golf. Okay, so it is indeed another golf variant. And I mean, nether golf at some point can maybe outclass barrel golf, but okay, they draw a card. Strix is nice. So we can finally beat down on the Tamio here. And do we want to go for the surveillance? This means we cannot push. I think it's better to do that to get better cards with the Strix. So him I actually like because they are at 5 cards in hand. And we also have the days to turn on that one in emergency, right? This looks like a good spot, but a Bowmaster could still be annoying to kill our Strix, right? Yes, 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 yes. But it's actually not that bad, I think. Tamio. They know about the days, right? I think we daze the Tamio because doesn't get better, and we have the him as follow-up. And next turn, if we take the Undercity Sewers, can push next turn. No, we want to push and him next turn because of days, I think. I think it's better if it days like this. Okay. Do we want to give the opponent a day's target by pushing here? Then we can, if they get rid of their land using the hymns. Maybe not good. I think I'm going to go into my turn here. Huh. Kaito. We could go for hardcast Kaito. But we play into the days. You haven't tested for the. I think the safest way. We could have double days. I think the safest way here is to just go for him. 2 barrel golfs. Okay. And maybe we don't attack. Because Kaito would just really kill me here. Yeah. I think, as stupid as it may seem, like if they have a sword seize or something, there's another barrel golf, yeah. Okay. Do they have a daze or not? Actually, I think I'm just going to sword seize. I hope it's not a land. Is it a daze? No, it's a ponder. I think I'm going to Kaito here in the damage step. Really important, yeah. It's not optimal to return a Murktide. Also not optimal. If they have a Bowmaster now, they can kill Kaito. Let's hope they draw a land or something. Do they have a Kaito? No. Bowmaster, Barrow Golf. What is it? Okay. I think we have to uptick here. And I think the Barrel Golf is better than the Murktide. And I mean, we can attack, but doesn't really make sense. Let's just do it. Oh, it doesn't make sense, but I don't know if there's any point to that. I mean, we could, like, I don't know, threaten some kind of. No, I think this is bad because, like, what if they have some kind of weird cycling card or so that increases the size of the nether golf? So now I think it's quite easy for them to find push plus fetch land. In which case Kaito will die and Barrow Golf will die. No, they didn't find it, right? All right. I think we just attack here and they could double block Kaito. So I think I'm just going to. The problem is, if they have a Bowmaster, this one has hexproof. I think I'm starting with a Ponder. Hymn is nice. I think I'm going to go for the hymn. And the day's probably not great. Let's hope the swamp and snuff out. Okay. So I'm really happy I didn't play out my Murktide Regent. So I think I have to give them one Barrow Golf attack, right? We could also sacrifice the Kaito, but I think it doesn't make sense. Death Touch doesn't work, but this is this just has 3. Okay, we have 4 minutes. We have to decide. What if we tap down the Barrow Golf for 2 more turns? Because this dies anyways, right? I don't know. I don't see a better play right now. This also increases the size of my Barrow Golf. And next turn I find a Ponder. I really hope this time the OBS doesn't bug out because I really like those matches, I have to say. So I'm probably going to Ponder first. In case they have a Bowmaster, they want, okay. I think this is nice. I want the push and the rainforest next turn. I don't want a day, so let's do push rainforest. No. Let's attack first. I don't really know what's the best order, and I just need to finish the game quickly here because I have 3.5 minutes. Okay. Dip, 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 dip. I hope I'm not decreasing the golf size. And I know I have a fatal push on top, which will be hard to stop for the opponent, right? And the opponent can probably replay the nether golf to, but I think it's hard to shrink the barrow golf because my own graveyard has a lot of different stuff. And they could clear out their graveyard completely. Yeah. I don't want to shuffle. I mean, I can also just win, right, this turn. Let's just do that. It's risky. Brainstorm, okay. Because if they survive this turn, then I... Okay, phew, I win the match. GG. All right, we play against DogF, who has 0 results. Maybe I looked it up wrong, but I just don't see anything. So it's probably combo, right? So this hand looks really, really good. Double force days, double days. If it's against combo, it's amazing. Or at least like fast combo, right? Oops, for example. But against something like Delver, it's a bit risky because we only have one colored mana source. But at least we can use the days maybe to protect our land. So let's keep it. So let's see what our opponent is doing here. What is this? Witch Blessed Meadow. I hope it's not Death in Texas. Maybe it's Initiative or something. So we could play the Bowmasters, but I don't know how good it is. I think I'm just going to wasteland it. But it's close. But it doesn't seem like they will probably not play many cantrips, right? Okay. Witch Blessed Meadow again. I think I'm just going to pass the turn and I probably have to brainstorm in the end step and hope I don't get hit by something uncounterable like Cavern of Souls, Elvish Spirit Guide, Initiative Dude or something. If it's something okay, Ocelot Pride. I think I'm going to start with a brainstorm because if I hit a land, yeah, there is a land. So I probably let this resolve, get rid of a few Force of Wills. And then we shuffle away the second Force of Will, the third Force of Will. And I think I'm just going to Bowmaster right now. I mean, I could also wait, right? But maybe they have some flicker spell. Maybe it's just because it's round 7 and I'm getting tired that I don't really think longer about the timing. I think I just take my good trade and pass. And let's see if my days does something. So energy is not really a good matchup. It's actually a bad matchup. But at least we have one toxic deluge and one engineering explosives. Okay, the opponent is not playing anything in their like 1 and 2 drop deck. What does it mean? I think I have to sort these here. This is really interesting. Do they have a swords to plowshares or something? Uh, Maybe they have a rate. Oh, it's the initiative. What? Wait, what? Initiative and Ocelot Pride. What the heck is this deck? Um, so the problem for me is when they have Cavern of Souls into Dungeoneer, right? Do we care about this one? Exile creature, it comes back. I could take out the Murktide, but I don't really care. I think I mostly care about the One Ring and the Dungeoneer. The rest I don't really care about. So let's take the Dungeoneer. Because this one can be made uncounterable, right? And they can discard this one to flicker like my Orc Army token or something. So just hope they don't find a Wasteland and then I can play a Murktide as well. Okay, Plains. Anointed Peacekeeper. I think I have to force this one. Force Pitch Days. Because otherwise they just say Force of Will or something and cast the One Ring. and I'm kind of screwed. Okay, so let's attack here, and then we play Merc, right? Ocelot, Pride, and Initiative in the same deck. And I think because we have another Murktide Regent, Caracas, okay. I think we use the second Merc as force fodder, but the daze never does anything. But the second Merc also never does anything because maybe if the barrel. Okay, cast touch of this exile up to one target artifact or creature until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So we could force that one, but the real problem is the One Ring, right? I mean, we deal 8 damage, and then they play the One Ring, and then they win, right? I think, unfortunately, I probably have to let this resolve. Just have to hope we find a third land for the Barrow-Goyf. Him is nice as well. It's really nice. Really, 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 really nice. If I knew that, we would have forced, but I'm still extremely happy with the situation. We just have to fade like a wasteland. I also have a really slow clock, right? Archon of Emeria, do we care? I don't really think I care. I don't want to cast more than one spell each turn. Yeah. It's not really what I care about. I mean, now it means I cannot play the Merc or the Barrow-Goyf. Next turn we go for basic island into Barrow, and this should be our win condition. Yeah, again, it's not really what we care about. Just need to get the Barrow into play, and the rest should be easy. So, Misty Rainforest, Island. I think we played out. No, not this one. This one. Now we just need to play Protect the Barrow-Goyf. If defined initiative, dude. Okay, Anointed Peacekeeper. Do we care? I mean, it's a jump blocker, right? And the daze never does anything. Yeah, I think otherwise you just name Force of Will and then the force is gone anyways. And we need to work through their jump blockers, right? They don't attack with the Archon. Okay, so let's attack here. They're probably going to jump. with the guide, I would guess. And then you cast the Merc, which is a 5/5. Yeah. This will shrink our Merc. No. Yeah. Instant sorcery they don't have. But I think it doesn't matter. It's just 2/3 now. But I mean, every time we get through with the barrel golf, we mill new stuff, right? Can also go for the surveillance and like mill a days, for example. And I don't think they have damage-based removal. Okay, I mean, this takes out the Merc. No, this takes out the barrel golf. Maybe this makes sense. I'm not sure. Hmm. I think I'm not sure. I think I keep this one in hand. Let's attack. In case I find a brainstorm or something into ponder. I mean, we cannot play brainstorm into ponder on the same turn because of the Archon. Yeah, activated ability of, unless they're mana abilities, I think we have to fetch now. Undercity source, and otherwise they say polluted delta, right? Thoughtseize, no. This would have increased the size of our barrel golf. Force of will, okay. So force will cost 7 now. Do we have 7? Yeah, with Wasteland maybe. I actually like Strix as an option. Okay. Maybe this is a mistake because we could have found Kaito, but the chance is low, right? But I mean, the chance is not nothing. Do we want to go for the polluted delta? No, I still think I don't want that card. Next turn they have to jump block the Murktide, which means we could attack with the Bowmaster and the Orc Army token as well. And they can, let's see. Okay. Why are they attacking us? Do they have like initiative stuff? I can't kill them anyways. I think I'm going to block here because I don't have lethal on board. This one's not legendary, right? Does it make sense? I mean, I might as well cast the hymn. Maybe they have some kind of trap land where attacking creature dies or something. Chancellor of the Annex. Okay. And now I can play my Wasteland untapped, right? Opponent goes down to 2. I mean, yeah, I think I'm just going to waste Caracas. And I think it would be quite difficult for the opponent to come back. So another Archon, so they should be dead on board now. Okay. Guide of Souls, Archon, Chancellor. So we need all the forces we can get right. The problem is force of negation. Force of negation doesn't really stop that much. But I mean, we didn't see Chalice, but they probably play something like Chalice. I think engineered explosives is quite good. Days on the draw probably a bit weak here. I think Strix is nice. Swords is probably a bit slow. Flusterstorm. So I think we want the Barrowgolfs, and Toxic Deluge could be useful if they go wide, right? I'm not sure about him and Bowmasters. I think Bowmasters come out on the draw. I mean, we can get the small stuff sometimes, but I'd rather have Edict. I mean, they could cast 3 spells, but doesn't seem like what they want. Nyrod, probably not. Cage, Sphere. I think Voidwalker is nice at taking the initiative away. And now I'm not sure about Force of Negation, but if they play Chalice, I think we need it. Maybe like this. I'm really unsure about the Force of Negation. Because we only saw creatures mostly, right? It's a really slow hand. But I think we can try it. Like if they have turn 1 Archon, we're probably toast. But if they have a slow hand, they're mulliganing to 6. They don't have a turn 1 play, we Wasteland. Maybe. Could also just ponder into force or something. If they start with basic island, for example. Mulligan to 5, okay. I wish I would have mulliganed, maybe. But let's see if the opponent has some. But I mean, we didn't see like spirit guides or stuff, right? There seems to be some. Okay, basic planes go, hopefully. No, this is nice. I think we go for the ponder. Try to find like a force or something. Yep. And next turn, we want to go for Tamio and push or Tamio and Swordseize, but we cannot do all of that, right? So maybe Tamio comes a bit later, actually. Usually I want the Tamio as soon as possible, but I think against the mulligan to 5, it's okay if we get our card advantage a bit later, right? I think we have to force this because otherwise they just name push and we cannot get rid of this thing. Okay. Now I think the Swordseize can be good. The One Ring is not what we want. Swords to Plowshare stops our Voidwalker, but Voidwalker isn't great anyways. I think we take the One Ring. And I mean, we will draw Tamio anyways, right? So we could draw out the removal using the Voidwalker, and then we finish off. I mean, yeah, finish off the game with Tamio. Okay. Opponents probably using the swords. No. Maybe they want to play around days. No. Or maybe they thought they could maybe play around days. Okay. I mean, they still have the solitude, but that also means they need to pitch something, right? Which they're probably happy to do because it means they're still in the game. But solitude, pitch solitude, yes. Let's hope they don't have some crazy flicker stuff going on now. Now we just need a threat. This is not a threat. Barrow Golf, for example, Strix. Okay, the problem is if the opponent has the initiative, I mean, they do have the brazen, right? You could just start hitting with the brazen. I think actually that's what I'm going to do, because in case they ever get the initiative, we can easily get it back, or maybe we draw Kaito. Let's see if we can find a Kaito here. No. I think go for the Tamio here. We cannot force, but I think we need to continue here. What was under the force? I think it was a land or something we don't want. So I think I'm going to draw into the force and hope to find a blue card. With the clue. Okay, this worked. Drew into a blue card with the clue. I think we just kill it with Fatal Push, because we can crack the clue. So we attack both. Investigate, crack the clue, push. And we still have force up while clocking our opponent. It is very good. Mounted Peacekeeper. Spells your opponent casts with the chosen name cost 2 more. Activated. I think we just push it. Even if it costs... no, it's wrong. This is a mistake. We need more. We need to draw a land here, right? This is maybe a mistake. Yeah, because now our fatal push, unless we draw into a fetch land or something. Okay, I think we just attack here. And I think we just played the barrow golf, right? Who needs a push? Um, yeah, and we win the match. All right, so it seems like my opponent is playing Doomsday, but without creatures. I think we can keep that. And we have Bowmaster, which is nice against Doomsday. So I think we can start with Underground Sea here and pass the turn. And if there's a turn one Doomsday, we could go for an emergency Brainstorm, trying to hit something like, yes, trying to hit something like Days, Force of Will. I think I'm actually going for an end of turn Brainstorm here. And I think a Doomsday player will not play something else. So ponder, shuffle. So I guess looking for the Doomsday. So we can only get rid of one card. Hymn is nice. I like Hymn. So I don't think I need the Brazen here. But I mean, I also don't like so many lands. So let's just put back a land. And so I think going for the hymn makes sense. If there's a days, they're also set back a bit, right? Ponder Shuffle, Misty Rainforest, and Ponder is discarded. And I hope my OBS is still recording. Okay, opponent, maybe we hit the only land. Okay. And the second land, this is really strong. I think we just play Tamio here. So they cannot daze. And they may have a brainstorm, but no, I think they would have fired a brainstorm. I think I'm just going for the end of turn Bowmaster. Brainstorm, okay, I'm going to bite here. I mean, if they have to force, then it's also probably good for me, right? Yeah, force pitch Tassa's Oracle, all right. So do they play probably for this exact purpose? So we got rid of the second land and the force and the first Tassa. I mean, I can still easily win, but they found a land. Oh, 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 oh. I think we attack first. Then we hymn again. Then we brainstorm. Then we hymn again next turn. God, I love him to truck. Come on. Doomsday, yay. Oh my God, these hymns are brutal today. Brutal hymns. So we haven't had a land drop. I think we just put away Under City Sewers and Brazen. uptick. And then end of turn, we go for the surveillance, right? I mean, opponent could still win after all if they have like exactly. No, brainstorm pile doesn't work, right? Dark Ritual, Doomsday, brainstorm doesn't win. Okay, Thoughtseize, sure, buddy. I don't care. I'm just going to him again next turn. Put. All right. Undercity Source. No. No. It could be a daze, right? Let's just go for the hymn here. But I could still, like, it could be force. Okay, you just win. Nice, nice, nice. So, all right. So if it's turbo, let's see. So I think I want the force of negations. This kind of stuff. The barefoot tricks are really good. So there is no bowmaster in the usual list. So I think this is quite good for me because this means I have this tricks in here, right? I have no idea what to board out. Probably Wasteland and one push. And I don't have consign. Does the opponent have? No. Opponent doesn't seem to have Teferi Planeswalker. So which 6 cards are they going to board out? Probably the Lotus Petals. I actually like the Mindbreak trap against the fast kills because the opponent may do some crazy turn 1. And I think I bought out the Dazes as well because there's so much mana. And I want Sheoldred's Edict as well because it works against Murktide. Brazen works against Murktide. Snuff Out. I have a lot of. Maybe I have too much anti-Murktide stuff. This is all anti-Murktide. I don't know. I think I play with 61 before I time out here. So this looks good. Only problem is if the opponent has Dark Ritual, Barrow Golf, or Dark Ritual Doomsday plus Days or Force, right? But I think you cannot get a better hand than this, or much better. I mean, could have double Force. Okay, Tamio, I actually think I'm. No, I think I have to force it because I have Thoughtseize, right? But it's close. But like if they force back the days, I think that's also kind of fine. The only problem is I don't have a second untapped land. Okay, now I have it. So do I need double blue next turn? I cannot play Murktide anyways. Brainstorm into something. They know I don't have days, but I think it's okay. Let's see what you have. Yeah, I think I have to take the Thoughtseize. Oh, Bayou. I think I have to take the Thoughtseize because if they take my Bowmaster, I have absolutely nothing. So I think Tamiyo wasn't in their last list. They replayed the underground sea. And I think I'm going to, they're probably going to ponder here. Yeah. And I think, I mean, they could go for a daze, but I think I'm going to main phase Bowmaster because the list they showed online didn't have any Bowmasters in the 75. All right. I mean, I could also, this is actually quite nice. Does this change anything? Let's start by snuffing out Tamiyo. Okay, force pitching. Das ist Oracle. I thought these them to real underground sea. Is this still correct, or is it the underground sea they played? I think I'm going to play the Bowmaster here, main phase, thinking this is the current. So they can crack clues, but it's going to hurt them. And they may have carpet. I mean, Bayou is Vale, carpet, right? So they are investigating. Question is, are they going to crack a clue? Okay, mind break trap. I think I'm going to start by thought seizing here. If they have a veil, then this makes my Bowmaster bigger, right? Hope they don't have two. Oh, Doomsday, nice. So we hit the Doomsday and a brainstorm. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Brainstorm on top of my library. Okay. I mean, if they find like a Murktide Regent or a Barrowgolf or something, we have a problem, but we do have the Brainstorm on top. I'm not as worried about the Doomsday right now. So I'm going to assume that they don't have Bowmasters because they didn't show any in the other list, right? Do we have a Bowmaster? No. I actually think I'm going to tap out of my Mind Break trap. You know, it's nice to have this as like a comfort blanket, but I think the coast should be semi-clear here. And it sucks that I have, okay, what do you have? Abrupt decay, okay. Yes. So we lose our token, but it's a small price to pay. Now we need to fade like one turn because we don't have the mind break trap, right? Okay, they probably they played out the second thingy. Hallo Franz, sag mal was, ich brauche deine Hilfe. So, I mean, if they are going to flip Tamio, I think this is actually nice. I mean, this loses to the combo, but consider, I think they cannot win with Doomsday immediately. If they flip Tamio, I'm just going to uptick Kaito, right? There's a Doomsday, okay. This is a problem because I didn't plan for that. So I probably lose this game now. They go to 5. Wait a minute. Can I win? They go to 5 life. And I uptick my 1 Kaito, push the Tamio, and ninjutsu the first Kaito for the second Kaito. This means that the Tamio ability isn't on. And I get the trigger as well. And then they cannot go for Street Rave anymore. But they probably have an easy way to win. Yeah, it's annoying that I don't have the Mind Break trap anymore. Ah, Franz isn't there. Okay, I probably lose it because 5 life. What's the other card? There's also 1 card in the hand, right? So I mean, I also have but I draw the Kaito. Yeah, push Tamio, bring them to 1. Does it even make sense to bring them to 1 life? Problem is it's too easy for them to make some brainstorm lines I diamond pile. What if I draw Flusterstorm? It doesn't help. Do they make the consider pile? What if I push the Tassa's Oracle? Can they empty their library? I mean, with consider the lights item, they can. Also, Tamio gives extra, so I need to kill Tamio, I think. All right, this sucks that they are at 11, right? If they were at 9, we could kill them now. Tamio is not flipped. So maybe we don't use Kaito with Kaito. Yeah, we don't use Kaito with Kaito. We just need to find a Bowmaster or something. Okay, what do they have? Carpets. What do we not see here? Probably want to block with Tamio, right? They have 1 card in hand. All right. I mean, what about putting them to 1? They probably need to draw a card. I think it's better to use the Kaito, the Surveil ability. Yeah, I think, like, is there some trick? I don't know. If I cast the second Kaito, the legend rule applies before I can get the emblem is the problem. This is the problem. I think we have to push Tamio here. And we don't put them to 1, because then it's better if we find a force or something, right? Put them to 2. Now we need to find the force or something. Okay. Kaito needs to find something useful here. The Flusterstorm. I think the Wasteland doesn't help. The Flusterstorm could do something. Okay. It could, but I'm really unsure. Like, they cannot sort this, but if they have something like duress. Okay, lion's eye diamond, storm count. Come on. I think they're going for brainstorm pile. Is it something with duress? No, clue token, okay. Do you have a protected win or not? Wait. They did have the Jace. And I couldn't Flusterstorm. This is really annoying. Target player mills 2 cards, draw a card. But they have 3 cards in library. I don't understand. Cannot fluster it, right? They have 3 cards in library. Ah, and one of them is Edge of Autumn, right? I hope it's Ponder or something, but I mean, the opponent is not stupid. Unfortunately, I didn't find a Bowmaster. They mill Edge? Why do they mill Edge? Do they have a second Edge? Yeah, the second Edge. Ah, this is so close. I thought they wanted to go for a brainstorm pile. Just needed a daze. Oh my God, I could have gone for the wasteland, but I didn't know. Uh, mm, yes, I cannot do anything. Okay, it's close. Do I keep the configuration? I bought it out the days, right? I think against Jace, the day's actually not bad, but I just such a strange mapping here. Just don't know. I think I keep it like it is. Also on the play, and days would be useful, right? I think I'm just going to try it. Ah, it was really close. I just had found a Bowmaster or something. Maybe I have too much anti-creature. Maybe to push is too much against their stuff. Maybe I cut the barrow golf or the brazen. It's just so hard to know what I need. But maybe wasteland days. Maybe no barrel golf. And brazen or dazed. Okay. No, not like this. I think we have to keep it. Get rid of the barrel golf and just hope they don't have a fast win, right? Then we can maybe get Kaito going again. And they kept 7. This is so close. Okay, Font hopefully doesn't go for the Doomsday here. The Dark Ritual Doomsday, yeah. Are we dead? Probably yes. Because they have 5 cards, I can't imagine them not winning. I mean, let's say we find a fourth of our surveil land. Going Kaito into Kaito was too greedy. And we didn't find a fourth. So the opponent can now go for a slow pile or a fast pile. But I think even if we go for the Bowmaster on its own, I think a brainstorm pile, even if they go down to 9 now, then they get 3 damage from the Bowmaster. They don't really care, right? I think this is not enough. And they know we don't have the force. At least we have the days in the deck. It's unfortunate that we couldn't Flusterstorm around the final turn. All right. So there's no cavern, there's no oracle, right? But there's also no lion's eye diamond, okay? No lion's eye diamond. So I think it's a slowish pile. What does it mean? I think it means, okay, the edict we don't really need. Wait, how does it interact with Jace? That, but there's no Jace in the exile, and so they probably have 1 Oracle and 1 Jace. But how are they going to find the mana? I mean, they also have cards in hand, right? I don't know. I think it's not good enough. It's something better. Control its edict. Maybe they don't play around double wasteland. Okay. Sometimes they don't, right? Sometimes they do. But I mean, if they just play basic island, okay. I think there's a chance. Just need some counter spell, man. Just some counter spell. This is so bad. Sometimes they don't play around double wasteland. That's just so annoying that I just have nothing extra. I just had like a mind break trap, a force of will, like I don't know, anything. I just need anything. There's also no basic island. Polluted Delta. They have a brainstorm. Okay, what is it? Carpet? Carpet. Okay. I just had a daze or something. I just need anything. Come on, deck. Yeah, I have nothing. Probably take the Bowmasters. No. Oh, this is so bad. How could it end like this? Just play Oracle and win, right? And I have absolutely nothing. GG. Like if you had a daze, you could have dazed the carpet, but they would have still have won, right? Yeah, I don't know what we needed. Like quadruple wasteland or something. Now we're probably out of top 8. With no published results. So we just take this on. Does anyone know what he's playing? The problem is this makes our ponder decision a bit difficult, right? But we probably need threats anyways. Mulligan to 6. So I will, with no published results and a mile to 6. I think this is all right. The Tamio's good for next turn. Murktide would be a force pitch. So let's see. Hello, Mark. So what is it going to be? Maybe energy? I don't know. Arid Mesa, but no play. So we know there's another wasteland on top of the library that we probably don't want. So I think I'm going to play the polluted delta here and Tamio. And this gives them a surveillance, but I don't want 3 wastelands. Swords to plowshares, you probably want to force. Problem is if they have two removal spells, right? Maybe they want to play around days. It's also possible it's a combo deck. I don't know what. Ah, it's Yorion. I just see it now. It's probably not a combo deck, right? So I gave them the free surveil because I didn't want to draw into the third wasteland. Basic planes and no play, okay? So let's get rid of the wasteland. Undercity sewers. Hmm. I mean, they haven't made a play, but Yorion, I think this is something creature-based. I'm going to take the push. I'm just going to push it, right? Yeah. All right. Let's push it. And let's wasteland. Let's hope this is enough. Next turn we can play Murktide. If they play non-basic, we waste the land of them, play Murk, and have force up plus clue token. That actually sounds quite all right. Yeah. This is difficult because it's really slow. Okay, what do you think? Turn three, ate a while. Mhm. So what could they do? I mean, what if they have swords to plowshares for the Tamio? I think we don't mind that much, right? But I think we force it. I think we force it, even though it's a bit slow. But I mean, if we wasteland their lands, they can't really do too much to us. Now we attack first because we want them to swords to plowshares or Tamio, right? Now we wasteland this one. Counter push force. And I can't imagine them not having any removal, but with Yorion maybe that can happen. They could also have something like, I don't know, Solitude plus Flicker effect or a failure. But I think failure doesn't. No, failure works. Does it work with Solitude? Okay, they have just a normal Solitude. Let's hope they don't have a way to flicker it, right? Okay, the days could be really strong here because they didn't play a land, right? I mean, I could have played the land first to bluff Kaito, but yeah, maybe this would have been the move because I don't want to play out a wasteland anyways. But I mean, I don't want them to remove Tamio, but all right. Is it now the move to, I mean, I still don't want a wasteland, right? But I think it doesn't. No, I think I'm going to crack the clue token now in case I need to daze something. And I'm not even sure if I want to flip Tamio. Probably actually not, because I have nothing in the graveyard. I think I actually like it more to just draw an extra card each turn. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy that I countered the Aether Vial now. Okay, now we are talking. I think I'm just going to use the Wasteland here. And Surveil. Yeah, Force is really strong. This could lock this game up. Now we play this one again. And we haven't seen any red cards, but there's Elegant Parlors we probably want to bring in the Hydroblasts. Okay. Caracas can bounce Tamio, but now we have Kaito. I think we just daze it. Do we use the source? No, we have so many clue tokens. I think we don't need the surveillance here. And now I want to flip Tamio because of Caracas. Ah, but I can also just wasteland it. But I think I just attack with both. Surveil. Hymn is nice and Force is nice as well. Force and Hymn. And I think we just flip Tamio now, right? Flip Tamio. Draw into the next Force. Uptick. Waste. Yeah. Okay. Meteor Sword and Broadside Bombardiers. So I probably want this stuff and probably want the Barrel Golfs, Toxic Deluge. What do I get rid of? Daze on the draw against either Vial Yorion deck. It's probably sensible. Not sure about Bowmasters. I mean, I probably have to take them out, right? Stoneforge Mystic. because it's red white. So let's bring this stuff in. Brazen, I think, is not good enough. I mean, against Yorion, maybe having 1 days is all right because we can daze the Yorion, right? If they hard casted Flusterstorm, probably not that great. What about Doughty Voidwalker? I mean, it could be useful. Maybe 2 Thoughtseize on the draw is enough. Hmm. Do we want to board out some forces? Wastelands. There's a lot of basics. Okay, Force of Negation maybe against Aetherwile, but it doesn't hit much else. But I mean, maybe the Engineered Explosives instead. Kaito is a bit difficult on the draw against the creature deck. Maybe 2 Kaitos. I think I'm going to try it. But I wanted to bring in 1 Force of Negation against potential Aetherwile. I mean, I could also bounce Aetherwile with Brazen. Maybe Barrow Golf. I mean, if Barrow Golf works, it's amazing. Maybe Thoughtseize is too slow. Maybe like this. I'm not sure. Let's try it. I think this is keepable, even though like the the mana base. We just need to find 2 black sources, right? Or even just 1 black source could be enough, at least for a curve of brainstorms, tricks into Barrow Golf. Do we force it? Yes. What do we pitch? I think we have to pitch these tricks because we need to brainstorm to find black mana. I think I can wait with the brainstorm, play a Talia or something. Problem is, if I get brainstorm locked, I probably lose. Um, I have 1 days in the deck, right? Starfield Shepherd, basic planes. I think I might as well brainstorm here. So, how are my turns going to look? Turn 3 is probably Toxic Deluge. And I need all the lands and Barrow Golf. I think I'm going to put away one of the hymns. Okay, cast of Warp. Plane or creature card with mana value 1 or less. So they just choose planes. I think this is okay for me. So now, I mean, I haven't seen Wasteland, but they could have Blood Moon or something. I think it's all right if you go for Hmm. But then I shouldn't have shuffled. Okay, I'm getting tired here. This is bad. This is really bad. What am I doing? Um, I think this is okay. If I get wasted, I can just also brainstorm. Only problem is right now if they have some really strong uh, turn 3. It's fetch was so bad. If they play nothing, we go for the hymn, right? Because they probably have a removal heavy hand with like Pyroblast and whatever swords to plowshares. So we draw into ponder. I mean, until now the game is slow, but we know at some point, yeah, another Starfield Shepherd. Okay. At some point they have 5 mana and then they just jam threats after threats. So Guide of Souls. This is not worth it yet to go for the toxic. So we are going to him. Could be strong. Yeah, removal heavy hand. Him is good against removal heavy hands. I don't know if I get wasted, but I think uh, hmm, like if they have more removal in hand, then the hymn is amazing. But if they just have 1 drops, they could also put Yorion to hand. I think I'm going to draw the hymn in case they have a clunky hand. And then I get the Surveillant. And what was the last one? Underground. No, it was Wasteland, right? Last one down was Wasteland. Okay. If the opponent doesn't play a creature, no, they play a creature. They put Yorion to hand. Yes. That's exactly what I wanted. Because now we can him again, hopefully grab the Yorion. Yeah. Arid Mesa and Parablast. Okay. Do I want to draw the Wasteland? Probably not. I think I don't want the Wasteland. They also don't really have a strong card to flicker right now. So I think I'm waiting with the brainstorm. I mean, if they just play the Yorion just like that, we clear the way with the Toxic Deluge, take a bit of hit off with the life points, but as long as they don't find removal again, we can bounce back, right? Flickering the guide isn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, now we would have like the Wasteland, but I'm probably looking for put one card on top. I think that's still fine, because if it's a land, this means they have like a lot of useless cards, right? And the Yorion is just a big golf at this point. Come on, play the Yorion, mister. Are we going to play the brainstorm? I think the brainstorm is better later on. Ah, they played the Starfield Shepherd, not the Yorion. Yeah, this makes sense. Now they get a creature card. I think I have to brainstorm here. All right, I like all the cards except the Flooded Strand, but that's the one I cannot get rid of, right? Next turn I want to play Toxic Deluge and Tamio. Okay. Or I wait with the Toxic Deluge. But the problem is the opponent can then flicker everything. I don't want that. They get planes. Why do they get so much mana? Yeah, I think I have to go for the Toxic Deluge here. I don't want them to get too much flicker value. Oh, it's just two, right? So, okay. And I mean, the Yorion on its own is not that threatening. And they have more Starfield Shepherds, right? They have value for a long time. But I'm really reliant on my Tamio and Barrow Golf to grab some value back. I'm always just hoping that they start going for the Yorion. Okay, Recruiter. Now I'm in a weak spot because I can't go for the Toxic Deluge anymore. I mean, if they go for Stoneforge Mystic, I think I'm in trouble. Oh, Skyclave Apparition. The problem is I think I cannot really beat that anymore. Yeah, and now the useless Flooded Strand. This was so close. It's such a strong start. But now I think I cannot do anything. What if I just pass the turn, hope they go for the Yorion, and then I go for the Edict, and then I go for the Barrow Golf and hope I can find a brainstorm at some point. And hope the opponent gets greedy. But if they just slow roll it here, I think I can't do anything, right? Even then, I probably don't win this game. Yeah, they do it correctly. They just slow roll it here. And I can't do anything. Maybe I should have waited longer with but then they would have just, what is it? Non-fairy, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm just going to use the edict right now because even if I just get rid of the recruiter or something, at least they have less Yorion value this way. And they return one of their cards to their hand, the recruiter of the god. Yeah, The problem is if I play out the barrel golf, it just dies to the flicker. But I think I have no choice. I don't see how I could possibly win this. Because they can play the recruiter. And I didn't hit Yorion with the hymns. Is there anything useful I could get? I have Doughty Voidwalker, probably not. Caracas, okay. This stuff is not legendary, right? It's flying, so I can't block it. I mean, I can just play Yorion and flicker the Skyclave, give me a 1/1 creature. And get rid of the barrel golf. And return the Skyclave to hand. I'm also down in time. I might as well attack here with the Doughty. Maybe I can. They can also like use Caracas. I'm also at 8. So if they play some, I don't know, Emrakul level type monster, I could force it and then use Doughty Voidwalker, but that's not really likely, right? Recruiter, yes. I guess I hope they get something strong. Broadside. Yeah, I guess I have to force it, but this is probably not going to help a lot. Swords to plowshares. Okay. They don't want me having access to it. Let's not block. Engineered explosives for 1 doesn't help, right? I think I'm just dead. So let's see what your opponent can find here. Points down to 12 minutes. I should have blocked here to get more time advantage. So now I'm on the play. I think I take out the force of negation, bring in the days. And Kaito. And maybe 1 wasteland. They had a lot of basics. Okay, let's try this out. This is a nice hand. 4 stays Tamio. I think I haven't really, I don't remember if I got wastelanded, but I think it's okay if they wasteland me here. But if I draw into him or something, or Doughty, I want to cast it. We probably daze a lot of stuff. Okay, it's Caracast. It's super unfortunate. It's like the only card I was really scared of. I think we might as well continue with the duels here and hope they don't have Blood Moon. Strix, maybe find a Kaito? No. At least if we play Tamio next turn, this will slow them down if they always have to use Caracas, right? Maybe we find a Brainstorm. Kaito would be really useful. Days, easy days. All right. I think we play this one. And I mean, I will just bounce it, but this means one less mana. And we need a real threat really soon because we can force one thing and then nothing else. And we have too many Tamios here, which is rare. But if we find a Brainstorm, we can flip Tamio, play Tamio, force pitch Tamio. Point is down to 11 minutes. They could have Pyroblast. I think I'm going to force it pitching Tamio because this means we get a clue, right? And maybe we find a way to flip Tamio. Nine minutes to 11. Yeah, we should have blocked there. Okay. All right. And Blood Moon would also kill us. But okay, amazing. Can we finally get something going here? Cannot put this card on top fast enough. We can still easily lose, but it's a really good start here. And after that, I want to develop some basics. Okay. Now we just need counter magic, removal, just control the game, right? So I think this is okay. Actually, this may sound strange, but we can tap one creature and then Ninjutsu Kaito with Kaito. But I mean, they might have a Pyroblast. We tapped out, in which case you can also get the second Kaito in. And they have infinite value, so we need to close it out. Pre or formal we are probably getting, I don't actually know, because Skyclave only, it goes to 4, right? Yeah, it goes to 4. Yep. So, they can bounce Tamio. So, I mean, it would be stupid not to bounce Tamio, but I think it doesn't make sense. This was, no, it's okay. Yeah. We could have played the land, but they do it now anyways. We could draw into a brainstorm, potentially, but I think I think we need to start with Barefoot's tricks first. And I hope they have a red card, right? Seven to 9 minutes. But I think once they get going, okay, are they going to play a red card with their 3 red mana? No. Artifact or enchantment, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, the Baleful's Tricks is an artifact. Yep. Have to let this through. I mean, hymn is not bad, but at some point, I think we have to start with hymn. It's annoying as it is. We take a lot of damage here, but yeah, broadside would be brutal. So what if we just attack and they bounce anyways, right? But maybe they screw it up. Anyways, this taps them out of white. Maybe we crack the clue token. What if we play hardcast Kaito? No, we can't. We don't have the mana right now anyways. I think I'm just going to draw a card here. Swordseize. Okay, we get 6 damage, but they just bounce. If we go to 10, we go to 4, it will be too difficult to come back. I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, I have to decide quickly. I think I'm going to go for Island Tamio. At least we can block the Witch Enchanter, right? And hope they don't play a game-ending red spell. If they put yeah, they put Yorion to hand, can use Swordseize. Okay, we are at 5. Yep, there's Yorion. Problem is we go down to 3. Okay. I think we have to tap down the Skyclave. But we also have to sort these the Yorion and go down to 3. We have to do a lot of stuff here. Maybe we start with Ponder, but you also don't have time. Okay, this is not bad, actually. Can we do it all? Strix, push, and Thoughtseize cost 4 mana. Yes. So Strix. We know they have Yorion in hand. Problem is we don't have Revolt, right? So maybe we don't push right now. I think as annoying as Solitude is, I think we have to take the Yorion here. Be too strong otherwise. Okay. So there's backup Caracas. And at least if they use Solitude, unfortunately, need to stabilize our life total. We only have 4 minutes left. We just have nothing. Can we ever come back in this game? I mean, we get a 4/4 from the Skyclave and we get 1 life, right? Okay. Yes. Mhm. Now our revolt is triggered. Do you attack with both? No. Okay, now we get a 4/4 token. It doesn't give trample, right? It only gives vigilance. All right, can we get a comeback here somehow? I think we start with the edict, non-token creature. No. We don't have enough mana for Kaito plus. Okay. But I think we have to start with Kaito. If we don't get this Kaito rolling, we never get anything done in this game. Tap it. And I mean, we lose to a red blast, but they draw randomly, right? But no, this is a 2/2. All right. 3 minutes. They bounce this one. Yeah, makes sense. We just need them to whiff for a turn or two. They can give +2 to the Witch Enchanter, which trades with this token. And I think we need to find a Barrow Golf or something. Don't like my chances here. With 3 minutes, this thing has lifelink. Equip, yeah. Yeah. Trade, please. I wonder if the Red Blast ever does anything. Okay, this could be it. We start with the edict, right? So they have to decide the sacrifice, the solitude, or the guide. Okay, they go for that one. I think we need to surveil. Engine explosives. No. This one I think is all right. And this could be our comeback, but you only have 2 minutes. But I think we need to press 6 here. Yield until here. No possible play, yield all. Opponent is going to untap with the solitude soon. Maybe just sacrifice Kaito to tap solitude because they can equip it with the pre-war formal VR. And lifelink is what's killing us, right? Let's hope they don't have a red blast for our Kaito. Stoneforge Mystic. What are they going to get? Pre-war formal VR. Yeah, that sucks. Bombardier. I think we're dead. This is a blue card and we cannot block. No. Uh, uh, Unfortunately, we had such a strong start with the 6-1, but we went out of top 16 clothing, but yeah, was still nice.